That's disgusting.
So we're back with Soul Reaver Remastered, finally. Let's hope things continue to function. Sounds to fall asleep to. What else we got? The city. I'm pretty sure some of those tracks aren't actually in the final game. They might be on the soundtrack and in the files of the final game, but I'm pretty sure some of them don't actually have cause to appear in the final game. Which ones specifically I mean would probably be spoilers to say. Let's start, shall we? Yeah, we're going to have all these on. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure the compass, I don't think exists in the original game. That was a Soul Reaver 2 edition. Which is interesting, because Soul Reaver 2 was way more linear. Hints, I'm pretty sure, didn't exist, though, like Blood Omen, you could go to Ariel, and she'd give you vague hints. Day and Night Cycle, I'm pretty sure, is actually entirely new for the remaster. A scrapped feature from the original game. Subtitles. Very important. And camera control. Are you ready? Ready now? What about now? Let's do this. You excited? I'm excited.
Kain is deified. The clans tell tales of him. Few know the truth.
Oh, this is running at 60 and it feels weird.
As were we all. However, his contempt for humanity drove him to create me and my brethren. I am Raziel, firstborn of his lieutenants. I stood with Kain and my brethren at the dawn of the Empire. I have served him a millennium. Over time, we became less human and more divine. Kain would enter the state of change and emerge with a new gift. Some years after the Master,
I'm pretty sure this is AI upscaled, because like the faces when they're a little further from the camera are really odd. This new Kain design for Soul Reaver was always kind of odd to me, but like it really grew on me. And it's a really good design.
For my transgression.
It's so different
I earned
from
a
Blood
new
Omen.
kind of reward. Agony.
It's so smooth.
There was only one possible outcome. My
Like,
eternal
it's moving
damnation.
too smoothly, it's weird.
I, Raziel, was to suffer the fate of traitors and weaklings, to burn forever in the bowels of the Lake of the Dead. Cast him in.
And there you get the confirmation that they've brought back Simon Templeman for this game.
Tumbling, burning with white-hot fire, I plunged into the depths of the abyss. Unspeakable pain, relentless agony. Time ceased to exist. Only this torture and a deepening hatred of the hypocrisy
Hey, Panda.
that damned me to this hell. An eternity passed, and my torment receded, bringing me back from the precipice of madness. The descent had destroyed me, and yet I lived.
Raziel, you are worthy.
What an opening. We weren't ready for this in 1999.
I know you, Raziel. You are worthy.
What madness is this? What pitiful
Pitiful
form is this
that I have come to
inhabit?
inhabit?
Death
Death would be a release next to this
travesty.
travesty. The
You did
choice
not
is not
survive the
yours
abyss,
to make.
Raziel. I have only spared you from total dissolution.
I would choose oblivion over this existence.
The choice is not yours.
I am destroyed.
You are reborn. The birth of one of Kain's abominations traps the essence of life. It is this soul that animates the corpse you lived in. And that, Raziel, is the demise of Nosgoth. There is no balance. The souls of the dead remain trapped. I cannot spin them in the wheel of fate. They cannot complete their destinies. Redeem yourself. Or if you prefer, avenge yourself. Settle your dispute with Kain. Destroy him and your brethren. Free their souls and let the wheel of fate churn again. Use your hatred to reave their souls. I can make it possible. Become my soul Reaver, my angel of death.
There's a fascinating incongruity to seeing like this much higher poly model with the PS1 animations. That's what I'm used to seeing. And it's like, oh yeah. With like full camera control, we can get a proper look at Raziel's model, which is really cool. Like, it's easy to forget because, like, with the cloth covering the bottom half of his face and his upper torso, it's a cool design. But it's easy to forget that, like, he has no bottom jaw. His stomach is entirely gone. Like, he is a monster. Absolutely destroyed. I've been looking forward to this. And of course, Tony J playing what would be known as the Elder God. Though I don't believe it's ever given a real name. There we go. it's still very much like PS1 movement controls, like as loose as they were, so it's weird having like the higher quality model with the PS1, like the absolute PS1 movement. It'll take a couple of minutes to get used to. Yeah, that compass is absolutely new. How you doing, Panda?
These gates twist space, laying a path across great spans.
Yeah, Tony J. A returning actor from Blood Omen, but playing a different role. Because in Blood Omen, he played Mortanius the Necromancer.
You must visit other gates before this portal will be open to you.
I feel like the actual proper camera control not mounted. Oh, I'm mad. That is new. The actual proper camera control, rather than just turning left and right mounted to the shoulder buttons, is going to be my favourite improvement of this.
You are weak. You must feed.
The old hunger has left me. I have no desire for blood.
You are changed. Your bloodthirst is replaced by a deeper need. You have become a devourer of souls. To sustain your strength, you must hunt the lost spirits of the underworld and consume the souls of your enemies.
I do still love this PS1 model. The good old days. And the voice actor we've not spoken about, Michael Bell, forming the voice of Raziel. Absolutely wonderful addition to the cast.
Your wings, though ruined, are not without purpose. Take hold of them as you leap, and they will carry you across this chasm.
What scabrous wretches are these?
Stua, the scavengers of the underworld. Their feral hunger has claimed countless souls, spirits who now shall never find their rest.
It's interesting because, like, you can see with Raziel which is the remastered graphics and which is the original graphics. I feel like that's a little difficult with, like, everything else we've seen so far. Oh wow, I can use the D-pad. Yummy, 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 I got slow on my tongue.
These portals are your conduit between the spectral and material realms. With their aid, you may gather matter and will yourself to become manifest in the physical world. This is taxing, however. Your strength must first be fully restored. You require no conduit to return to this plane. You may abandon your physical body at any time.
So, to return to the material realm, we've got to be at full health and find a conduit.
Sustain your strength to prolong your manifestation in the physical world. If you fail to feed or absorb too many wounds, this fragile matter will dissolve.
But yeah, aside from the texture resolution, you really can't tell. And in some cases, I think the textures look better in the old style.
You are young yet, Raziel. You still retain many of your vampiric weaknesses.
Not my vampiric
Immersion
weaknesses.
in water, while not fatal, will dissolve your physical body, forcing your return to the spirit world. Be aware that in the spectral realm, water has neither heft nor lift. It stands as thin as air.
The voice direction in this is also sublime. The performances are absolutely fantastic.
What are these creatures?
Do you not recognize them? They are the children of your brother, Duma.
Uma,
That's impossible.
they're
These
armored.
foul, scuttling beasts could not be kin of our high blood.
Do you
They do
suppose
look
that
different.
time stood still for you, Raziel?
I never realized they were
What has
supposed to be
changed
armored.
Since you passed from the world of men.
I knew my opponent's weaknesses, having suffered them myself. Physical wounds are fleeting. A vampire's immortal flesh begins to close as soon as it is cleaved. Vampires need only fear those wounds that impale or inflame. Water scorches like acid, and fledglings are devastated by sunlight's touch. I would have to modify my tactics to suit my foes.
Alright, let's kill him. Into the spikes. Into the spikes. Into the water.
Unfettered from the flesh, a creature's soul fades swiftly into the spectral realm. Draw it in quickly, Raziel, or you will be compelled to follow.
Heck. Is it gone? No. Dun 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 dun. I've never had this much trouble. All I'm trying to do is throw this man on the spikes. And then when you've absorbed the soul, the body disappears. That one's going to be interesting because I wasn't able to get the soul. But he's also underwater, so he's not going to be able to revive. That man is dead.
Your physical prowess surpasses what you knew in life. Even massive obstacles can be moved effortlessly.
Push. Push. And so begins the long tribulation of Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver. Block pushing. To its credit, Soul Reaver has a lot of variety to block pushing puzzles, which is good because it's like 80-85% of the puzzles the game offers. So yeah, thank you.
My God!
Look at that
The
PS1
sanctuary
bird.
of the clans reduced to ruin. Beyond these walls lay the pillars of Nosgoth, the seat of Kain's empire. How humble it now appeared, collapsing into the dust of its former magnificence. And yet, I had only just emerged. In the instant between my execution and resurrection, centuries had apparently passed.
This world is wrecked with cataclysms. The earth strains to shrug off the pestilence of Kain's parasitic empire. The fate of this world was preordained in an instant by a solitary man. Unwilling to martyr himself to restore Nosgoth's balance, Kain condemned the world to the decay you see. In that moment, the unraveling began. Now it is nearly played out. Nosgoth teeters on the brink of collapse. Its fragile balance cannot hold.
So there you have the absolute, undeniable truth. Which ending of Blood Omen is the canon ending? Kain refused the sacrifice, and thus doomed Nosgoth to ruin. As the pillars continue to decay. The opening shows him on a throne at the base of the pillars. Broken pillars. But I have to run an ad, which is frustrating because I ran one as we started, but it's only giving me like a half hour. Slim had this issue yesterday. There's going to be a thing that we're going to have to keep. But run a quick ad, and then we'll be back with more Legacy of Kain. So, as we really get into.
The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self...
We're back. Real thirsty and Kain's dying. Anyway. Let's go set one of those guys on fire. I ain't putting down shit. Wait. So the torch has now gone out because I set a dude on fire. Fortunately, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Fortunately, I can relight it. And if I... No. And then burn him again. This game was hype in '99. Not even nostalgia, I fucking love this whole setup. Now I'm gonna go stab a motherfucker. Stealth, bitch. Thank you. There are so few occasions in this game where stealth is actually practical. That a little more so. It's not even because it's a particularly good weapon, it's actually just a stealth kill. Excellent. It's a warp point. The Lake of the Dead. The Sanctuary. The Underworld Exit. This is a good map. Yeah, this might be a little bit surprising as a consideration. But technically, Soul Reaver is a 3D Metroidvania. Yummy, 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 I got souls in my tummy, and I don't actually have a tummy.
This, at least, had remained constant. The endlessly swirling vortex of the abyss. My tomb and the womb of my rebirth. Though much of Nosgoth's landscape had changed, these cliffs gave me my bearings. My clan territory was to the west. I was anxious to see how my descendants had fared during the centuries of my absence.
It looks less impressive when it's not in the cutscene. Yeah, I think this is probably like a really good definitive show of the remastered graphics versus the original. There's not a whole lot of difference outside of the character models. So the changes to the character models are nice. Just don't expect too much out of it. That other guy didn't come over here. Oh, is he waiting for his buddy to die? Did you just not like him?
My once proud kin wiped from this world like excrement from a boot. I knew the hand that wrought this deed.
I don't think we ever get a look at what a Raziel would have been. Like, we see, I think, all of the other spawn, and the spawn of all of Raziel's brethren. Like, these are Dumahim. Spawn of Duma. Third in line. Open this up. So the lineage of the Brethren is Raziel, Terrell, Umar, Rahab, Zephon, and Melchiah. In that order. Oldest to youngest. And the oldest is the most powerful. It is very strictly strength by age. I'm surprised they have the same draw distance. This is a little surprising. On that back. There's an achievement for staking them. Let's get an achievement for burning them. Where did my stake go? There it is. My big arrow. It's important to actually, like, eat the souls of enemies you kill. Particularly vampires. Because if you don't, the soul can re-enter the body, and they become more dangerous that way. Not something I feel the need to show off, but it's something that we could see as we go on. There is one enemy in particular, actually. That we'll see. And we'll come across an impaled body, and we pull the spear out, and it comes back to life. I mean, hell, that's the entire Umar boss fight.
I didn't recognize these flayed racks of flesh. Their scent was vampiric. They gnawed upon their victim's carcass like dogs.
Could be like, oh, Raziel, why didn't you save them? Why didn't you save that guy? It's like, we're not a savior. Our errand is entirely revenge. The symbol of Melchiah. A vampire hunter. Well, carry on.
This charnel house bore the unmistakable marks of Melchiah's clan. To what depths had our dynasty plummeted if these ghouls were the descendants of my high-born brother? Were they so debased as to recruit fledglings from the desiccated corpses here interred?
Where are we looking? Over there.
My brother Melchiah was made last, and therefore received the poorest portion of Kain's gift. Although immortal, his soul could not sustain the flesh, which retained much of its previous human frailty. This weakness, it seemed, was passed on to his offspring. Their fragile skins barely contained the underlying decay.
Let's go left. Down, down, and only around. The realm of Melchiah. Can I get him from here? Yes. Wonderful. Thank you. Alright, let's go. Hello. It's really nice to have like an actual definitive way to play this game on modern hardware. Because previously it was like the best way to play this game was emulation. Probably emulation of the PS1 version, honestly. Dreamcast version looks a little nicer, but I think the PS1 played a little better, thanks to the additional buttons. That's the Soul Reaver. But no, having the remaster now is really nice. It's just like an outright definitive way that pretty much everybody can access. This is available on, I think, all current platforms. Which is great. This is exactly the kind of thing I'm always advocating for. So this will be interesting. Is a dead vampire body? We have to shift to the spectral realm right now anyway. Wow, that was really quick.
These wraiths are vampire spirits, fettered too long in the spectral realm. When their vampire natures adapt to this plane, they become eaters of souls. Do not allow these spirits to re-inhabit their corpses.
Hey, how you doing, Isa? You finished? Did you wrap up Final Fantasy VIII? There we go. Alright, and now we're back in the material realm. So the vampire wraiths, when they attack you, if they land a hit, they manage to connect and essentially put kind of a tether on you, and that tether, as long as it's connected, drains your health. And if a vampire wraith is able to re-inhabit its body and return to the material realm, then they're able to do that in the material realm. Makes them more dangerous. Yeah, Triple Try takes a little practice to get used to. It's a lot of fun when you do get used to it. But my recommendation, if you want to just enjoy the game, don't try and get all the cards. This game was super impressive for PS1. Type of walk with the sorceress. Mid-disc one, I would say. You enjoying it? I haven't played FF8 all the way through since I streamed it, which is like 5 years ago now, I think. I think, like, it's definitely the case with Final Fantasy VII in particular. But, Disc 1's one of the longest portions of the game. In 7, like, undeniably, Disc 2 is much shorter, and Disc 3 is just endgame in 7. Final Fantasy VIII gets a little more balanced. Disc 1 is one of the longer ones, but Disc 2 is probably about the same length. Disc 4 is entirely endgame. Disc 3 is... There's a good amount of actual story content, but if you're not doing side content, a lot of which becomes available in Disc 3, then it's going to be a short disc. Yeah, Final Fantasy VIII is a solid game. Really enjoy the soundtrack. The soundtrack's really good. Yeah, I've not played that game all the way through since like 2020. It's really weird how fast that is. That's a lot slower on PS1. Kinda disconcerting. Are there any souls around here? There we go. So, have you ever played Soul Reaver before, Isa? Yeah, Squall's a very different character from any of the previous protagonists. He is very much what a lot of people would accuse Cloud of being later on. Oh man, you're missing out. Absolute gem of the PS1 library. Here's what it looked like on PS1. I know I heard a soul. I'd say it's worth your time. But what I'm into isn't what everybody's into, so as with all things, take that recommendation with a grain of salt. Oh no, I heard a soul. There we go. Hmm. That was a little bit janky. Final Fantasy VIII is a flawed game. It really is. But I think it's a game definitely worth experiencing. And I've been saying for a while, like, it's probably got the best presentation of any of the PS1 Final Fantasy games. Like, it looks great and it sounds great. Twice. That happened twice. God. Okay. I think my major warning, if you're looking into this game, is like if you don't have the patience for block pushing puzzles, like specifically block pushing puzzles, maybe give this a pass. Because there's a lot of it. But they get surprisingly creative with it, which is really good. This draw distance, though. Was I here earlier? Yes, I was. I think there's probably several reasons to be interested in this game. A history of crystal dynamics, if you're into that. Because this is the series Crystal Dynamics working on directly before they took over Tomb Raider. It's, I think, one of the earliest examples of a 3D Metroidvania. That soul coming back up to me. There we go. There's an astonishing amount of cut content from it. And so that can be a fun rabbit hole to go down. And for my money, it's one of the most engaging video game stories. I'm gonna burn you now. Though the series got rough, like it really did. I would never tell you any of the Legacy of Kains are perfect. It's an interesting thing about how this draw distance in this area is clearly a design choice. Given that in outdoor areas there's been a longer draw distance than this. So in locations like this, it's definitely a design choice. Oh, I prefer that kind. I don't know if it's any more powerful than the one I was using, I just prefer the design. One of them's bigger. Really, man, this was absolutely the coolest shit in 1999. I feel like this is one of the first games I remember being interested in. Like, seeing it coming out. Which was a nice experience. Because, like, we'd get demo discs, and there'd be demos of it, and there'd be trailers of it. And, like, this would be before I read, like, magazine articles about video games, so... Seeing the trailer and seeing it go along, and like eventually just like all of the demos that would come out. I think this game ended up with three distinct demos, which was really cool. Those were really, really interesting. Alright, what does this do? Okay. So now use the lever at the back. Okay. So something's moving. Vampire Hunter. Hello. The human situation in Soul Reaver is kind of curious. It's like this guy's worshipping me essentially because I've killed a lot of vampires. I can take some of his soul like this. He'll just willingly give it up. And I can kill him that way if I take too much of it. Which will then make other humans like not happy with me. It's curious because, like, in the rest of the Legacy of Kain series, and the rest of the Soul Reaver, in the rest of the games Raziel appears in, humans aren't that friendly. And there's no, like, emotional... There's no, like, relationship meter kind of thing in that regard, where they can tolerate you or, like, worship you or anything. That's only this game. I forget what exactly I need to do here. But I can't move that anymore. Ah. Two. Three. Me? Oh. The hidden sub-chamber. With 2 pathways. Alright, so that's just the way back up. Thank you. I impale people with it.
Show yourself, creature.
Do you not recognize me, brother? Am I so changed?
Millennia?
Yes, brother. You should have stayed where the Master sent you, Raziel. You will find Nosgoth less pleasant than you remember.
What has become of my clan? Answer me, little brother, or I will beat an answer from your horrid lips.
Everyone is afraid, sibling. You awake to a world of fear. These times of change are so unsettling. Do you think I feel no revulsion for this form? Do you believe for a moment that our Lord would risk his empire upon an upstart inheritance?
Enough riddles. What are you saying?
You are the last to die.
So I'm not going to be able to give you impalement right now, but I will give you something more satisfying, Isa. There we go. Hey, you know what? I will give you impalement. The thing I was thinking of comes later. This is Millennia. He's the first boss. He is, for all his grotesqueness, genuinely dangerous. But he's also slow and foolish.
Tell me, Millennia, where can I find Kain?
The Master is beyond your reach, Raziel. He makes himself known when he sees fit, not when commanded. I am released.
Was that satisfying enough for you?
You have done well. Raziel.
Am I reduced to this? A ghoul, a fratricide?
Elevated, Raziel, not reduced. Consuming Melchiah's soul has endowed you with a new gift. Insubstantial barriers such as these are no impediment to you in the spectral realm. Will yourself to pass through, and you shall.
One thing I genuinely like about this series, and it's something I like of all series to do it, every ability Raziel gains, he retains throughout the series.
You are worthy.
Hey, he's ninja. How you doing, ninja? Yeah, every ability Raziel gains in this game, with the exception of the Constrict ability, he retains throughout Soul Reaver 2 and Defiance. And I really like that. It's like in Spyro. All the abilities Spyro gets in Spyro 2, he retains in Spyro 3, and I really like that. It's such an underrated idea, yeah. Not enough games do it. I'll give Jedi Survivor credit, actually. I think pretty much every ability you get in Jedi Fallen Order is one you retain in Jedi Survivor. Taking a break from dumb Chevrolet AI. You should have been here earlier, Ninja. You could have seen all the Melchiah death. Yeah, headbash, swimming, not hover. Hover's an ability he starts with, but wall climbing.
Return to the sanctuary of the clans, Raziel. Melchiah's soul has endowed you with the means to gain entry. Beware, however. This hollow derelict is abandoned, but not uninhabited.
Yeah, the wall climb. Coincidentally, swimming is also an ability Raziel will gain.
These artifacts enhance your stamina, enabling you
Nah,
to
it's been going
prolong
pretty
your
smoothly so
material
far.
manifestation. Gather 5 to complete the emblem, and thereby augment your strength.
Cool, a piece of heart. Hopefully I'll find enough of those to be worthwhile. Yeah, I was not happy. I was so down to play Soul Reaver. I don't know where I am. Can't get up there. There's nothing to get across. There's nothing for me here yet. Yeah, it wasn't pleasant. Check it out, old graphics. New graphics. I love how this seam is visible in both graphics. I do remember this area. This is the right way. This is the way I want to go. And I should be able to use this to just go straight back to the Sanctuary of the Clans. Yeah, I'm enjoying this so far. No, this is another one of those games of like, it's been a long time since I've been through it, but this game was like very like intrinsic to my childhood. Like I was saying earlier, this is probably like the first game I remember following to any extent. I'm gonna take you with me. I know. I'm going to take you with me. Like all the way back in like 98 maybe? I would have been 6 years old. I have actually streamed a little of this game before, years ago, on Dreamcast. That was back when I was doing actual hardware. Well, there's no point in picking up the spear. We doing this? How well did that work out for you, buddy? You know, gentlemen, I feel like you attacking me in this area was probably a mistake on your part. Because if I fall in, I'll come back. You won't. I feel like the souls didn't used to get stuck on walls. There we go. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, if you remember from Blood Omen, when we did Blood Omen last year, Ninja, water is specifically stated to be like acid to vampires. Like, they specifically state its touch is like acid to the skin of a vampire numerous times, specifically like acid. Before we go into the next room, we have an ad coming up, so I'm going to run this ad, and then we'll see the excitement is going to be in the next room. It's about to get a little more interesting.
I know you can read my thoughts, boy. Meow 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 meow.
And we're back. Alright, let's go. Ninja, you with us? PS1 Raziel needs to know if you're with us. Look at PS1 Raziel, but look at the cheeks they added. The definition they added to the cheeks. Alright. Important to note, we can only do that in the spectral realm. Alright.
Raziel.
Kain,
Kain, you son of a
The
bitch.
abyss has been unkind.
I am your creation, Kain. Now, as before, you criticize your own work. What have you done with my clan, degenerate? You have no right.
What I have made, I can also destroy, child.
Damn you, Kain! You are not God! This act of genocide is unconscionable!
Conscience? You dare to speak to me of conscience? Only when you have felt the full gravity of choice should you dare question my judgment. Your lifespan is a flicker compared to the mass of doubt and regret that I have borne since Mortanius first turned me from the light. To know that the fate of the world hangs dependent on the advisedness of my every deed? Can you even begin to conceive what action you would take in my position?
I would choose integrity, Kain.
Look around you, Raziel. See what has become of our empire.
The remains of
Witness
the pillars of
end an
Nosgoth.
age. The clans scattered to the corners of Nosgoth. This place has outlasted its usefulness. As have you.
The Soul
Ah,
Reaver,
shit.
Kain's ancient blade, older than any of us and 1,000 times more deadly. The legends claimed that the blade was possessed and thrived by devouring the souls of its victims. For all our bravado, we knew what it meant when Kain drew the Soul Reaver in anger. It meant you were dead.
But you didn't expect a Kain fight this early.
The blade is vanquished. So it unfolds. And we are a step closer to our destinies.
I swore I saw a glint of satisfaction in Kain's eye when the Soul Reaver was destroyed. I did not understand the game that Kain was playing, but I knew the finishing move.
From this moment and ever afterward, you and this blade are inextricably bound. Soul Reaver and Reaver of Souls, your destinies are intertwined. By destroying the sword, you have liberated it from its corporeal prison and restored it to its true form, a wraith blade, its energy unbound. No longer a physical blade, it can only manifest itself in the material realm when your strength is fully restored. Once manifest, it will sustain you.
What are you, little soul? Another of Kain's creatures come to taunt this bound spectre.
I did not intend to disturb your rest.
Rest. A body is needed for sleep. Flesh and bones are required to recline. No, child. All I may do is watch and remember, ceaselessly conscious as this wretched world's history unfurls. Ghastly past, insufferable future, are they one and the same? Am I always here?
How have you come to haunt these pillars?
Kain refused the sacrifice. The Pillar of Balance, corrupted to its core, stands as a monument to his blind ambition. Now these pillars serve only to bind me here, my prison and eternal home, thanks to the avarice of your master, Kain.
That bastard can claim no allegiance from me.
Then we share a common foe, Raziel. Return here when you have need. Ariel remembers what others have forgotten.
And so it is. The Soul Reaver, the unbreakable blade, forged aeons ago, destroyed upon Raziel's arm. What does it mean?
Far in the eastern mountains, a stifled titan stands in mute surrender, unwilling host to a parasitic swarm.
And so Ariel plays much the same role as she did in Blood Omen, where she offers guidance towards your next objective. In Soul Reaver 2, and especially in Defiance, the energy version of the Soul Reaver becomes much more a spectral version of the actual blade. And I really like the look of it in Defiance, it looks really cool. But now, when we're at full health, we can use the Soul Reaver in the material realm. And it will keep us at full health rather than our health draining. But once we take any damage, our health will begin to drain, and we won't be able to use the Reaver anymore. In the spectral realm, it also means now that we have a weapon beyond our claws. You You know, I've never actually played StarCraft. Alright, to the east, she said.
Your brother Zephon's keep lies far to the east, beyond the ruins that greeted your first exit from the underworld. He and his brood have cocooned themselves in a derelict cathedral, having murdered its human guardians.
Yeah, I remember where we're going. The only RTS I really got into, and it wasn't by much, honestly, was Command and Conquer. Can I make it? Yes. Excellent. If you're ever after some lo-fi beats to study to, look up generally just like the entire Legacy of Kain soundtrack, the series. But yeah, as is traditional with Metroidvania, we got a new ability, and now we can go in this direction. People call Dark Souls a Metroidvania, and I don't think it really counts. This is much more of a Metroidvania than that. Ah, yeah. Well, I can't go in there. I can't open doors in the spectral realm. There we go. But I should go back to where we just were and, like, unlock that warp point. Gentlemen. There we go. Active. Probably not a good sign that I can just like really easily see these seams. And now we gain entrance to the Silenced Cathedral. And what was that? Have to find out when we return to the material realm. Which is, I guess, going to be right now. Zephon's brood. The Soul Reaver is a very powerful weapon in the material realm. And it's balanced by, like, you take any damage and you do not have it anymore. So because of that, it's really worth grabbing another weapon when you can. And trying not to rely on the Soul Reaver. It's interesting though, because like this is the point where the Soul Reaver becomes kind of an important item in the Legacy of Kain franchise. Because in Blood Omen, it was an item that you had to find. You had to find it in Avernus Cathedral. But it had no story relevance. It was incredibly powerful. It would kill most enemies in one hit at the cost of magic. But it would also like tear the souls from the body and leave nothing behind for you to drain. Which made it like not the most practical weapon. In the Soul Reaver 2, in Soul Reaver it's like, oh yeah, no. It's Kain's specific weapon. The weapon Kain held on to, the most important weapon he ever had. And then it breaks when he strikes Raziel with it, and that's super important. Even in Blood Omen 2, it's given, like, way more significance than it was in the original game. So from, like, this moment forward, it's the most important weapon in the series. There we go. It's cool, and like a lot of things, the significance of it is expanded upon as we go on. Like, by the time of Defiance, this series has, like, some of the deepest lore. Which is really fucking cool. Oh, that didn't change anything. There. Well, we got to the place they said to go. That man is dead. Oh yeah, it looks more horrifying in the PS1, the PS1 graphics. Like, more eaten, I think. I feel like that's like one of my catchphrases. That man is dead. I only say it when somebody is like well and truly fucked. It's one of my... I feel like it's one of my catchphrases. It's important to me. Just checking for valuables. Has he got any money on him?
Once a testament to mankind's defiance of Kain's empire, this towering cathedral now stood derelict. The humans who worshipped here, dead for centuries. Its architects conceived this tower as a holy weapon against the vampire menace, a colossal instrument of brass and stone. The cathedral's pipes, once tuned to blast a deadly hymn, now stood silent, and these vacant spaces whistled their impotence.
So it's actually an interesting idea of the background lore. The idea is, like, the pipes of the Silenced Cathedral would sound their music, and the music would be deadly to vampires. And the humans just never got a chance to use it. Because they were all killed. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Kain was just like watching them build it, letting them build it. And then like specifically as they completed it, he killed them all. But now it's where Zephon and his brood reside. Brood is a good word. Hello. No, I'm gonna keep this one. Yeah, I did it. I'm back where I started, huh? God damn it. Oh, this must be the day-night cycle. Oh shit. Get off the wall, dickhead. We'll see how difficult it gets to see with the day-night cycle on. If it becomes a problem, then we'll turn it off. The game didn't originally release with it anyway. So it's cool, But like, if it makes the game harder to see, we're not doing it. I feel like we spend so much time indoors anyway. Alright, so going down takes me out. There you go. Well, in its heart, it is still a PS1 game, with all the jank that comes with. How the fuck did I end up here? Especially for the PS1, the environment shifting in the transition from material to spectral and vice versa is really impressive. Like, it's such a crazy idea. Huh. Where this goes. It's the block puzzle. Curiously, even though you would expect it, Raziel never gains the ability to phase through gates like that in the material realm. Never. And I don't just mean like in this game, I mean in any of the games. Raziel will never be able to do it. Alright. Time for block pushing. Yeah, that's one in the right position. What's this then? That needs to be turned all the way around. Okay, that's good. Anyway, where were we? This should face us in the right direction. Okay, that's 3 of them. Now I just need to get this up there in the right position. Why do you do that, Raziel? No. Now everything can go into the proper placements. 1. Two. Three. I don't know where that is. Where's Clem? Clem said he'd be here if I was streaming. You lied to me? Known to do? Tell me, where is Clem, Del? For I much desire to speak with him. Okay. Like that. If I pull that lever again, is anything gonna happen? Oh. Go through here, I guess. Bitch. Oh yeah? Did Alison Court swear? Is Alison Court legally allowed to swear? Yeah, the game is rated 15. The original Resident Evil 2 is rated 15. The remake's rated 18, but Alison Court was not in there. In that instance, I'm pretty sure I'm talking about remake, though. Yeah, let's go. Let's see what's in this direction. I need an egg. You will give me an egg. Ninja, when are we going to do our co-op playthrough of RE5? Probably after our co-op playthrough of Devil May Cry. Okay, you made a mistake. Goddamn vampire priests. Not even vampires. It's cultists. Yeah, I've done one with Clem, which was the stream. I've done one with Amber, which was on her stream. I'm currently doing one with Chance, just off stream. Fuck was that noise? So, you're probably good there. Yeah, I suppose the only thing we're really penciled in together for is Devil May Cry. The co-op mod? It's really easy to set up. I was actually surprised about a lot of it. Like, in particular, I was surprised about the ease of reconnecting if you disconnect. Like, if you disconnect, just pause the game. It'll search for the player you were with. Like, it's so much simpler than pretty much any other multiplayer idea I've used. Okay. Come on. Oh, it's Clem. Disgraceful, Clem. Here I was like, okay, I'm streaming. So Clem says he won't stream if I'm streaming. So like, look forward to seeing Clem, and then Clem's not even here. Yeah, the court trainer. Alright, I know how I'm dealing with that. I just killed a man. Bitch. But you could have had me on your phone, Clem. The wonderful dulcet tones of mecha-chrono to lull you to sleep. And also Ozar Midrashim. Bitch. Give me the goddamn pipe. Fuck off. Stab you. Yeah. Alright. So that's a three-way hole? Where do I want that? No. Yes. Behold block pushing in all its glory. That's a two-way. So this one. Every now and then, watching the stream, you might have thought to yourself, wow, mecha-chrono's really good at these video game puzzles. I wonder how he got that way. A lot of these games were like a lot of this shit back in the day. There was a lot of this. If you wanted to play more of the game, you had to figure it out. No, mecha-chrono is all one word, Clem. Fuck you! I have no idea where they are. Alright, back to the spectral realm. Fuck you. Have you ever played Soul Reaver, Clem? Majesty that is Crystal Dynamics' magnum opus on PlayStation. Ah, very good. Oh, you've disappointed me, Clem. I was proud of you for a moment there. Honestly, I think Blood Omen's aged the best of them. Yeah, I really do. Like, this game's super impressive for what it is, but I think as an early 3D title, it has absolutely showed its age. Fucking knew there was a hole here. Soul Reaver 2, I think, gets kind of repetitive. Oh, don't get me wrong, like, it is slow and kind of jank, but I think its 2D design has helped, like, allowed it to hold up probably the best. My favourite is Blood Omen 2, though, like, undeniably. Yeah, they fucking closed the doors, the bastards. Yeah, Blood Omen 2 is my favourite. Though Blood Omen 2, interestingly enough, I think was the worst reviewed. Either that or Defiance. Like, when we did it last year, there were definitely issues I had with it. But I think overall, Blood Omen was enjoyable to play. Yeah, see, I had the opposite thing when I played Blood Omen 2. It was like, oh cool, we're going back to playing as Kain. Because Blood Omen was my first Legacy of Kain game. Way back in the day. I think at this point I do physically own all of the games except Defiance. I had Defiance on Xbox and I don't know what happened to it. But like, I physically own Blood Omen and Soul Reaver on PS1, Soul Reaver 2 on PS2, and Blood Omen 2 on GameCube. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, that was good. Was that quick enough? No. No, it wasn't. No. Honestly, so far, I'd recommend picking up this collection if you're interested in replaying the games. Pretty good, and there's a lot of cut content included. The actual remastering of the graphics is a little questionable because, like, you take a look at the environments and stuff, texture quality is higher. That's about it. It's really just the character models that have seen any real improvement. It's like, you've got to be here for Soul Reaver if you're going to pick up this collection. Which I am, 100%. Super down for this. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things to do in collections like this. It's like, for the stream, I'm doing this in new graphics. In my own time, I would probably do it in old graphics. It's like when we did Halo together and you did it in anniversary graphics and I did it in original graphics. Oh yeah, absolutely. And I love the way the series expands as we go on. Like how it truly does become like an actual legacy story. But voice acting quality, absolutely the peak, I think, of the PS1. I think Metal Gear Solid comes close. But I think it does come down to personal preference, whether you prefer the voice acting of Soul Reaver versus the voice acting of Legacy of Kain. They both work, and they're both fantastic. I think it does come down to just personal preference. Can I phase through that? Is that what I've been missing this entire time? No, I can't. That is odd to have the animation for that. If you've never looked up the history of Soul Reaver, though, like, I absolutely recommend it. It's kind of fascinating. Will he just do that if I run into any surface? Oh, just weird. Yeah, like, it is generally kind of fascinating. Like, it began as a completely unrelated concept called Shifter that was then retrofitted to be a Legacy of Kain thing. Which itself is kind of crazy, because, like, Legacy of Kain was a game that came out, like, in 96, I think. And, like, it was well received, but I don't think it left a huge mark on the industry. And Crystal Dynamics were just like, yeah, we need to make this game, this unrelated project, related and a follow-up. That's the problem that happens. And like the troubled development and the mass of cut content. There was a documentary that Flame shared on the Discord a while ago about Soul Reaver that was quite fascinating. It had interviews with people who worked on it and was really cool. I was just kind of disappointed that documentary didn't have an interview with the writer-director, Amy Hennig. I'm assuming they weren't able to get a hold of her. The only reason I can think of why you wouldn't interview her about this game. But we have an ad coming up, and we need to run it. So...
General Kenobi.
Yeah, that's good. We'll be right back.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Should have like a Legacy of Kain button. Yeah, but we're back anyway. So, speaking of purchasing remasters, I spent a bunch of time looking through the Steam sale, Steam Summer Sale. Ultimately, I ended up buying two things, which either doesn't speak well of the Steam sale, or, you know, says that I've matured and I realize I have too many games and whatnot. I think it really just doesn't speak well of the Steam sale. So, like, I bought the Heretic Hexen pack because that went on sale, and I wanted to get it because I've got a Doom source port on my VR headset. And it supports all the games made in the Doom engine, so I got Strife on it, because I own Strife Veteran Edition. Yeah, that's PS1 glass breaking, alright. And so, like, the Hexen Heretic pack. Hexen, a Heretic, Hexen Beyond Heretic, and Hexen's expansion packs. And I think Heretic has expansion packs. They're all on the Doom engine. So, like, there's that. So I got that, and that ended up being like £4, I think. That's good. I just need to download them, transfer the files over to my VR headset, and then play Heretic in VR, which will be fun. I'm probably not going to play Hexen. Probably not. But the other thing I bought was the second Tomb Raider Remaster collection. And that is all I've really bought in the current Steam Summer Sale. So at some point I should start playing Tomb Raider on the stream. Oh hey, it's a Zephon Vampire Wraith. Went down like a bitch. Yeah, it's definitely worth me picking up the second pack anyway. Because I still haven't played Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness. Which is just labelled as Tomb Raider 6 in the pack. I don't even own it on PS2. I own all the others, physically, on PS1. But I don't even own Angel of Darkness on PS2. So it's good to pick that up. And it's supposed to have some improvements to it, apparently, like a bunch of prominent Tomb Raider modders were involved in it. In the same way that, like, a bunch of prominent Legacy of Kain modders and fan community members were involved in this. Which I feel is a really good way of doing a remaster like this. Like Gemini, who a lot of you guys will probably know best as the guy who made the Rebirth patches for the PC versions of the Resident Evil trilogy. Was doing a bunch of Soul Reaver stuff. He did similar patches for Soul Reaver 2 and I think Soul Reaver, and was working on... No, he did Soul Reaver 2, Blood Omen 2, was working on Defiance. And he was involved in this, which is super cool. Because before this came out, that was my plan for streaming Soul Reaver 2. To do the PC version with Gemini's patch. But now we have this instead. I hope we get more like it. Like we've been getting really well fed, I think, in terms of quality remasters in the last couple of years. From stuff like Night Dive and like the Tomb Raider remasters and this. Like it's been really good work and I'm very happy with it. And it's great. You know, rather than getting like the lackluster remasters that are really just quick cash grabs. It's like, hey, do you like the prototype games? I do. Do you know Activision made them available on PS4 and Xbox One? I do. You know they run worse than the original PS3 and Xbox 360 releases? Alright, I guess we're going further up now. Wonder how much higher there is to go. Can't believe I fell through that tiny asshole. Oh, we're not going any further up this way. Just going to ignore these guys right now. Yeah, it's like you look at the Batman Return to Arkham collection. Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. Remastered in Unreal 4, I believe it was. Which is cool. Like, there's a bunch of effort gone into that. They've done a bunch of work on it. Unfortunately, there are noticeable frame rate issues. Which is a real shame. It's like the spirit was there, but I imagine the time wasn't for that one. Though it's Warner Brothers games, so like you cannot guarantee any of that. Oh. He's spider ass down here. What did either of you think you were accomplishing? Good. Oh, I'm probably supposed to do it that way. Okay, I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's like, they put out a collection of the Arkham trilogy on Switch. Which, honestly, I'd been asking for a long time. Arkham Asylum. I'd been asking for Arkham Asylum and Arkham City on Switch for a long time. By the time they finally did it, I was like, I just don't care anymore. I have a Steam Deck. If I want to play them portable, I'll play them there. But like they came out, Arkham Knight is an unplayable mess. But also beyond that, Arkham Asylum and City had issues when they launched. Oh, they were fixed in the patch, which is nice. Always appreciate that. Because it's far too common for shit to just be released broken now, and then, like, stay broken. Alright, what do we got? Motherfucker! I need a weapon. That'll do. Son of a bitch. Okay, so that's one. Yeah, I'm always happy for good remasters. And probably like my favorite thing to come out of some of these remasters is like special features. That's been really cool. And in some cases, like the Night Dive stuff, that's been entirely new content, which is super cool. Welcome back, Panda. You have missed everything. We are now at the end game, about to wrap up. Eat shit, vampire. We're with you in a second, sir. Said I will be with you in a second, sir. Fuck yourself. Piece of shit. I'm so sorry, where were we? Your turn. Anyway, yeah, or like in the case of this, DVD style extra features, which is kind of cool. What's this game? Where is this game? It's chicken. I feel like I'm not supposed to be on this. Would you fuckers go away? Go on the goddamn wall, Spike. Alright. No, nothing of value around here. Bitch. Does that solve anything for me? I think it does. How's everybody doing? You all having a good Tuesday? Fucking sick of you people. Like, here's why I keep fucking dying in this section. Because he won't target the goddamn wall spike. So where do you think I want you to throw him, Raziel? Hey, magic. Oh, jeez. That is not much. Can we get magic a shout out, please? I didn't say you could get off. Motherfucker. Thank you, Clem. Last playing Hideo Kojima's Given Too Much Money game. Fuck off. Why would you miss that, Raziel? Doing alright, Magic. Doing alright. Put the money to great use. I'll take your word for it, because I am not going to play Death Stranding. I'm committed at this point to not. Chances are the next Hideo Kojima game I'll play will be Snatcher. Because, like, let me tell you, I thoroughly enjoyed Police Notes last year. We did that last year. I really enjoyed it. Really good writing. Like, back when he had limitations and such, it was like, put out some really good stuff. It's been interesting, like, it really has. You know what, I'm throwing this down there. No! Like, it's curious, like, how little real difference there is between old and new. Aside from, like, Raziel's model. And some enemy models. But the most important thing, oh, great. Most important thing is that it's a good way to play Soul Reaver on a modern system. Which I am absolutely in favor of. I'm not at full health. There we go. Oh yeah, as far as Kojima goes, like I say, I really enjoyed Police Notes. I enjoyed Police Notes enough that I was doing one of those sections went for like 8 hours. It was good. Good. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Not even like environmental details. It's like you look at it and the only difference for the majority of it is higher resolution texture, higher texture resolution. Which is fine. What have you got, Ninja? I want to get the fucking pipe. The free camera control's really nice. Like, I definitely appreciate that. Ah, okay. consume 100 vampire souls in a single playthrough. That's stated as though that's a big challenge. We're not even, like, a third of the way through the game, though. That looked kind of janky. Like I say, at this point, Magic, I'm kind of just committed to not playing it. But more than that, like, even if I was interested, I have so much. I have so much that I own that I need to play, as it is. I can't be picking up more games like that. Like I was saying earlier, like, there's the Steam Summer Sale on, and the only... I've bought 2 things, and those things are the Hexen Collection for £4, so I could put those on my VR headset, and Tomb Raider 4 to 6 Remastered. That's it. It's been a while since we've heard Raziel speak. A lot of it's got to do with, like, the level geometry. There's probably less leeway with Soul Reaver than there is in Tomb Raider with the level geometry. Or, like, the way it can be designed. I think because Soul Reaver was a more technically ambitious game, Soul Reaver was just, like, a lot lighter on environmental detail. Oh, it's Teak. I just want Konami to announce the Master Collection fuck off. The Master Collection Volume 2, so I can stream MGS4 without having to hook up the PS3. It's interesting. I thought you knew it wasn't broken. I thought we'd be treating it more seriously if it was. Yeah, like, I just want to be able to stream MGS4 without hooking up the PS3. There was a time and a place for me to do it on PS3. It isn't anymore. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, that's everything. Let's go and meet Zephon. Maybe they're just waiting until after Delta comes out, so they don't overshadow the release of it. So if that's the case, like, a couple months, maybe? Yeah, they kind of had to add an install, like a full install, after it was made available digitally. Pete popped the problem back in the plane. Well, the important thing is the peace of mind, Zeke. Yep, it's always best to double check and see if there's any Breya. Clem knows all about that. Clem's always checking for Breya. Alright, let's get out of here. I want to see how horrifying Zephon looks. Fortunately, I think I remember how to defeat Zephon. No, that's the Zephon fight. What was the other way? I hope it was a teleporter. It was! Yay! Well, that's if it is an actual remaster magic. Did you end up ever actually picking up the Volume 1 of the Master Collection? Because that was very underwhelming. Who's ready for Zephon? Zephon, you ignorant slut.
The prodigal son. There is no returning for you, Raziel.
That's Tony J.
Zephon, your visage becomes you. It's an appropriate reflection of your soul.
And you are not his handsome Raziel anymore. His precious firstborn son turned betrayer. You have missed so many changes, little Raziel. Look around you. See how the human's weapon of destruction has become my home. Indeed, my body. A cocoon of brick and granite from which to watch a pupating world.
A crevice in which to cower, only scuttling from the shadows to devour a victim already ensnared in your cowardly trap. But you've made the mistake of leaving me unbound, and it is you who must succumb to my will.
Will, instinct, reflex action. The insect mind finds little difference. I warn you, brother. As my stature has grown, so it is matched by my appetite. Step forward, morsel.
Let's do this. I got them happy with full screen MGS. I haven't played them yet though. I found them very underwhelming, and how Konami had essentially the press release. The pre-release material. Yes, Broodmothers. Saying stuff like, they'd be running at 1080p, which they weren't. MGS 1 runs at 240, MGS 2 and 3 ran at 720. Like, it was only later that they actually added any option to change the resolution. Yeah, bitch. Like, it's one of those things, like, great that they're available on modern systems again. But it's, like, the least work they could have done. I'm surprised Konami has, like, any kind of shame. But really, more than anything, like, I don't necessarily care how long Volume 2 takes. Yeah, as long as it's done right. What I really want is just confirmation that it's happening. Yeah, eat that, you spindly bitch.
Consuming Zephon's apostate soul has bestowed on you a new gift. Like his vampire spawn, you're able to scale certain walls which are otherwise impassable, but only in the physical realm. In the spirit world, these insubstantial edifices will not support you.
I think when I first found Magic, actually, he was streaming one of the Soul Reaver games, possibly Soul Reaver 2. I do distinctly remember watching Magic stream Defiance.
In the mountains beyond the pillars, Nosgoth's cataclysms have exposed an ancient crime. Endowed with Zephon's soul, you may now progress where your path was hitherto impeded.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully they do. It's kind of awkward with the Master Collection as well, because like the extra content is really cool. Script book, the Master books, all the artwork and the soundtracks and stuff. Really well put together, fantastically presented. The games themselves were just really lackluster. No, I've never watched anybody stream Blood Omen. I know I saw you stream Defiance, but I feel like I first came in with Soul Reaver 2. Feel like. Maybe it was Defiance that I came in with, because, didn't you end up saying that you hadn't played Soul Reaver 2 before? You played Soul Reaver 2 after Defiance? Wow. Wow. What you got for me, Ariel?
Like a corpse in a shallow grave, corruption rises to the surface. Beyond these pillars, the defiled victim mutely screams its outrage.
Okay, so you both said beyond the pillars. But, like, that's not... Like, I'm not actually going through the pillars, am I? Yeah, Soul Reaver 2 is before Defiance, but didn't you say, like, you'd played? Oh, there we go. You'd played Defiance first? I know I did. Because I had the GameCube and the Xbox, and Soul Reaver 2 wasn't on either of them. So I played Blood Omen 2 and Defiance before Soul Reaver 2. I jumped down there, I don't think I'm getting back up. Oh. But Defiance was the first one you played generally. That's crazy. I hope we get another Legacy of Kain collection after this. Like, you'd think we would. But it's this kind of thing's never guaranteed. I was surprised at how quickly we got the second Tomb Raider collection, though. Like, we get the first collection, and then a year later, like, to the day, a year later, we get the release of the second collection. I was very surprised. Excellent. That's what I'm doing with this. We did Blood Omen last year for the year of PlayStation. Now we're doing Soul Reaver. Next will be Soul Reaver 2, then Blood Omen 2, then Defiance. And at some point I'll probably play them all again.
The tomb of the Seraphim, once impenetrably
Seraphim.
sealed, now ravaged by Nosgoth's upheavals, its mysteries lay exposed. In the time of Vorador, centuries before Kain was made, the Seraphim warrior priests waged a merciless war against the vampire tribes of Nosgoth. Emboldened by righteousness, they committed unspeakable and indiscriminate acts of violence, massacring fledglings and ancients alike. They decimated entire bloodlines in mere decades. Now their husks lay here, murderers enshrined.
Yeah, I remember I had Blood Omen 1 when I was, like, really young. It was, like, the first game I ever saw blood in. With, like, that opening where Vorador massacres the circle. But no, I've been into Legacy of Kain, like, since... Probably since Soul Reaver. Like, Soul Reaver really emboldened my interest in Blood Omen. And, like, from there, it was just, like, the Legacy of Kain games I could get my hands on. which was Blood Omen 2, and then Defiance. And then eventually Soul Reaver 2.
Take heed, Raziel. A forgotten history lies within. Know thyself, though it may destroy you.
Not today, bucko. There's a lot more revived vampires than I remember. Alright. Go.
As I pulled the stone free, a sigh of sepulchral air escaped the inner chamber. I was not prepared for what lay beyond this threshold. These crypts, defiled caskets of Seraphim saints, bearing my brothers' names, and my own. The irony of Kain's blasphemous act rushed in on me with the crushing force of revelation. Were my hands not as bloody as these? Worse, I had spilled the blood of my brothers, these very comrades whose tombs lay ravaged before me.
Yes, Raziel, you were a Seraphim, born of the same force that all but destroyed your race. Before the dawn of the Empire, you were chosen. Kain, Nosgoth's solitary self-declared monarch, plundered this tomb and raised you from these crypts. Breathing his vampiric gift into your defiled corpses, he resurrected you as his favored sons.
The irony is kind of funny, though. Like, Kain breaks into a Seraphim tomb and turns the entombed Seraphim messiahs, and the entombed Seraphim martyrs into vampires. Like, the irony is wonderful. Absolutely adore it. Like, it's easily one of the funniest things Kain's ever done.
Heretic, you shall not pass.
Such loyalty to one who has you guarding this outpost like a chained dog? Do you prosper on the scraps he casts you?
Your insults
will do nothing to blunt the agonies of your demise.
Kain killed me once. Behold the result. I have no more to fear from you.
Bitch. Should have stayed in your lane, motherfucker. Come back. Did you miss me? That's where you're going. Or a swim.
This relic has infused you with the power to compress and manipulate space. As your symbiotic weapon, the Soul Reaver is also thus enhanced. You may focus and project an orb of kinetic energy to strike objects that are otherwise beyond your reach.
Yay. Yum. Yum. Alright, let's go. Whee! Oh. Eh. It's probably the way out. Come here, you little bastards. To be fair, this is a game where you are probably going to spend a lot of time wandering, like, one area. For me, it was always the Silence Cathedral. The bell puzzle always got me. Hmm. These new graphics are going to cause me problems like this, aren't they? There we go. But what waits beyond this door? I'll have to find out after this ad break.
It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. You stupid monkey.
Go anywhere. That works. And we're back. So let's find out what's behind this door. Oh. So in response to what you said, Magic, playing the remaster, you didn't see the climbable wall. Yeah, I did not make it out, and I was like, it's a little odd. I was like, give it a try. There was an issue I had in the Tomb Raider remaster, actually. They are back, thank you. Where in the remaster graphics, keys were like way harder to see for some reason. I think there was a specific coloring to them. I remember there was one level in the remaster of Tomb Raider 1 where I was wandering around for like 10 minutes trying to figure out where I was supposed to be going. And I ended up just switching... Ended up just switching, the old graphics and saw the key immediately. And then went like back and forth and back and forth. And it was like, no, the key is just way more visible in the old graphics. I do wonder about that, because like this wall texture's more obvious. But it's also more obvious in the original, like going between the two. Maybe it was just an issue in the original as well. Well, maybe they did update it. I don't know. Yikes. Yep. God damn it. I know they updated the Tomb Raider remaster with a bunch of things that I added. With like a bunch of mods that I added. To make them a little more incongruous. Yeah, the system might be where I was thinking of in particular. Like, some of them were really bad. Yeah, I know some of the stuff I modded in got added in updates. Like the European Tomb Raider font, that got added in an update. Because it was previously just the American Tomb Raider font. Like the title font, it was previously just the US one. What else did I get? Motherfucker. And I got some nice mods that I liked the look of in the Tomb Raider remaster. A mod that made the hair ties that Lara has in a braid, made those yellow. As they stand out a little more, that looked really nice. I got a mod that made the title font the original European one. I got a mod that replaced one of the opening movies with the core design logo. Because I'm like, core design doesn't exist anymore, I get it, but they should be credited because they made these games. Yeah, there was a mod for the keys. I'd have to go through the Nexus mod list and see what I downloaded. Not in the opening movies. And I don't think in like the list underneath, where it says, you know, like core, where it says like Crystal Dynamics, Saber Interactive, Aspire. I don't think core design were listed there either. Alright, what am I missing? Can't move this in the spectral realm. No, I didn't make it to Tomb Raider 3. Tomb Raider 3, I don't expect to actually play until I eventually get to it on stream. I've always been pretty candid about my opinion of Tomb Raider 3. I think it's the weakest of the original 5. Just because of the difficulty spike. That's not fun. But with the ability to save anywhere, probably really help it. Is there actually anything? I'm a fucking idiot. Really? They work differently in 4 to 6? Because I only recently picked them up and I've not played them yet. boat. A harpoon. I'm going for a swim, huh? Ah, so a quick save button. It's a good idea. Right, ninja. Can't. This is just a way to get out, isn't it? This is literally what I was just looking at a second ago, isn't it? Yes. I need to get back into playing the collection. In a while, actually. Okay, so whatever I need is here. Yeah, I'm gonna play it on stream. The real question is just like, when? When do we get around to it? Alright, is something in the other direction? But yeah, I'll get around to it on stream. I mean, I finally got around to doing a Tomb Raider Legend earlier this year. That was good. Glad I did that. And I'd rather play... I want to play Tomb Raider 1 on stream before I do Anniversary. I am so fucking stupid sometimes. I wonder. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they do, because it'll be easy work, I think. Just another thing to buff the release schedule. I feel like with those, though, like, you're right, how much could you really remaster them? A collection, maybe, but remaster? I don't know what you could really do with them. Drowned Abbey.
Once a sanctuary against the vampire menace, this abbey has been drowned by the deluge spilling from this wounded land. Your brother Rahab and his brood, devastated even by the feeble rays of Nosgoth's sun, overcame their vulnerability to water and retreated from the surface. Now they haunt these ruins and glide in the darkness of its stagnant depths.
Oh boy. This isn't going to be fun to get around. Yeah, Tomb Raider Legend was one of the first PS2 classics to have a specific release on PS5, wasn't it? I heard it wasn't a great release, but I also heard like the PS2 emulation on PS5 just wasn't very good. When I streamed it from Xbox, because all three of them are backwards compatible there. You know what would actually be really nice? If they do a remaster of them? Include the Xbox exclusive Underworld DLCs. I feel like that would have to go without saying, really. Is it the in-game graphics? Because I know the PS2 classics on PS4 were all like, oh, we've upscaled it and it's all in HD, yada yada yada. What was that? There we go. And we've added trophy support and whatever. And for whatever reason, a lot of the PS2 stuff made available on PS4 has issues on PS5. So, like, they're maybe using a different emulator now? That doesn't feel like it solved any of my problems. Like, maybe the emulator itself is just weaker. Just worse. The fact that Sony can't apparently can't put out a good PS2 emulator is ridiculous. Like, imagine if Sony put the effort into... Oh, they upgraded it again. Fair enough. Like, imagine if Sony put in the effort to PS2 backwards compatibility that Microsoft put into with Xbox 360 backwards compatibility. And, like, imagine the gold mine they'd be sitting on. Like, hey, re-release your PS2 games here. But no, they're all like, oh, we've got to have upgrades of some kind for it. And then we got to charge you, like, really too much. And it turns out like a bunch of them, especially European versions, have frame pacing issues. But it's the way Sony's been with the PS2 backwards compatibility support since essentially since they ripped out the PS2 stuff from the early PS3s. Like, once it stopped being hardware and started being software, it became a mess. Like, there's a number of PS2 classics I bought on PS3 that just straight up have major issues. I bought all the Shin Megami Tensei games on there because it was the easiest, cheapest way to get them all. And all of them have issues. Like, noticeable issues. Not even nitpick issues, like problem. But they're sold. Sony could be doing so much with PS2 stuff. Absolute goldmine they're sitting on. We all have PS2 nostalgia. PS2 era nostalgia. It's like Nintendo was finally getting into it with the GameCube stuff on Switch 2. I wish they were just selling the games rather than the subscription, but that's a horse we've been beating to death for like 7 years now. Yeah. They could be doing so much, and they just don't. And so you end up with the question of, like, you want to play these things, and like, what's the reasonable option? Because we are very much at the point where owning the actual hardware, I don't think is reasonable anymore. We're looking at 25-year-old hardware, optical media hardware. That shit ain't lasting. Is this where I was earlier? I think so. That is where I came from. I feel like I screwed that up. Don't worry, Clem, I'm keeping track of it. Nope. I'm not making that. I can't even go back the way I came. Well, Croc's a curious case, because, like, Croc's not emulation or anything. It's an actual remaster. Which, like, who was expecting a Croc remaster, of all things? I wasn't. But Ape Escape is like emulation. Oh. Okay, there we go. We're getting somewhere, boys. Boy. This is where I fucking started. Yeah, again, like, Gex is a... This is where I started. God damn it. Again, though, like, Gex is a remaster collection. Not emulation, which becomes that thing. Don't worry, Clem, I'm keeping track of it. So, like, when it's just emulation, like, it's easier to add additional stuff to it, like rewind and quick saves, you know, through save states and such. Actual remasters are a little different. Though, in all honesty, like, quick save support in a lot of these older games really appreciated, because some of the checkpointing in these older games is terrible. It's okay, I grew up playing PS1 games. I know what the difference is. I've made no progress here, though. And that's frustrating. Yeah, maybe you're just weak, Clem. Okay, so these I'm not going to be able to do anything with until I can... swim, I think. I think the thing with Tomb Raider is... It wouldn't surprise me if the remasters are built off the PC versions, and the PC versions of Tomb Raider had quick saves. It's okay, Clem. I'm here to save the day. With my PS1 genius. That's right, I said PS1 penis. PS1 penis. Honestly, if there's any game in the Tomb Raider set that I would really appreciate the quick saves for, it's 3. Like, it's the entire reason why I just generally didn't want to play Tomb Raider 3 again. Alright. So we don't go through that one grate. Well, you missed it, Magic, but the game we played before this was Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. That game has no checkpoints. The checkpoints are the start of levels in that game. It's like, yeah, I absolutely agree. Better checkpoints. I mean, that's the reason why I quit Alien Isolation. Because the checkpointing was awful. Okay, I think I'm going the right way. This is how Clem looks when he wakes up in the morning. This exact pose. I've seen the footage. Why would you do that, Raziel? Let's take this. Oh, I'm gonna fucking hate this. Am I doing anything? Am I crossing this for a reason? Oh, I am. Awesome. It's okay, boys. I made it. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kill Rahab, and then I'm gonna call it. Bitch. It really is. It's one of those things that's kind of a holdover from the arcade days, like Limited Lives, of extending gameplay time to disguise how short a game actually is. I don't know where that is. And it was always frustrating as a kid. Oh, it was down here. It was always frustrating as a kid. I knew the Drowned Abbey was short. We're at the Rahab fight now. Like, it was frustrating as a kid. As an adult, like, I don't have time for that shit. Rahab, you cheeky dick waffle.
Raziel.
Rahab, you have adapted well to your environment, for one so maladjusted.
Do not mock me, Raziel. You of all of us should respect the power bestowed by a limitation overcome. Kain said you would come.
You speak with the murderer?
You would do well to mind your blasphemous tongue.
You would do well to suck my dick, but it burned off when Kain threw me into the abyss.
I will indeed. But tell me, before I tear your soul from its moorings, do you know what we were before Kain spawned us?
Human.
Seraphan Rahab, the antithesis of all we ever believed.
Does it matter? We were lost. He saved us.
Saved us? From what?
From ourselves.
That was pretty much necessary. I need the Soul Reaver. Do I? No, I don't need the Soul Reaver. Fuck. That was unnecessary. Alright. Never mind. Restart. That'll be a no cutscene skip. Ugh. I feel like there's been games I've streamed where, like, I've died enough times on a boss fight or something that I've just made a save state. Yeah, I've just made a save state so we can skip the pre-boss cutscene. Like, I'm sure I've done that more than once. Like I say, like, you know, it was frustrating as a kid. As an adult, I got shit to do. I keep missing that second jump. And, like, you guys don't need to see the same cutscene again and again and again. Thanks, Magic. I'll take your advice on that. Magic, I didn't listen. Honestly, going through this, there are moments where the camera control being on the shoulder buttons would have been better for this. There we go. You think he would have burned? Yeah, it turns out I didn't need to jump at all. But it was all unnecessary.
Infused with Rahab's soul, you have overcome your former vulnerability to water's touch. Immersion in water will no longer dissolve your physical body, enabling you to swim to areas heretofore beyond your reach.
That was Rahab, our former brother. Well. Let's get out of here. That's right. And again, like, this is an ability Raziel will retain for all of his future appearances. Let me tell you, swimming in Defiance ain't fun. But you'll learn about that.
Beyond the maelstrom of the abyss, a subterranean tunnel leads northward to the clan territory of your brother Dumas.
Dumas.
Endowed with Rahab's soul, you may swim to gain entry where your progress was previously impeded.
Dumas. Dumastiche. It's kind of a curiosity though, because I remember the first demo. The first demo that came out for this, the Lighthouse demo. It began with you in water. It's like, you get to the main game, and it's like, yeah, you can't swim. You can't swim for a lot of the game. And I was like, what? Why? Why would you do this to me? That's what makes it a Metroidvania, Ninja. Oh, Teak, were you asking what the voice was? Or were you asking what the thing we killed was? I don't know how to get out of here.
I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride.
No, I didn't say your name, Teak. No, it's not because everything looks the same, Clem. It's because the door I entered can't be opened from this side. I am actually retaining my bearings fairly well. Maybe it's this way. Alright, so the direction we have to go is north of the abyss. So I need to remember that. I want to try and unlock a teleporter beyond there. So that when we come back, I can just, like, go into the teleporter. Just gonna break all the glass that I see. A Reaver forge.
This elemental forge is tuned to the Soul Reaver's energy. Once baptized in this primordial flame, the blade may be imbued with fire at any future time.
That's not as useful as you'd think, though. It's like, okay, imbued with fire at a future time, cool. Lost it as we went into the water. It'll lose it if we go into the spectral realm, and we lose the Reaver if we get hit. So... not great. Goddamn camera. I think that means coming down here was pointless. Let's double check, just to be safe. On the outside, it looked great. You know, I always prefer... My preferred look for the Reaver in this game was always the Kain Reaver, which is cut content. Cut content that you could access through cheats in the original game. It turns it like a dark red. I always kind of like the look of that. The method of actually obtaining it was cut from the game. But in the original release, you could still access it with a cheat code. This will just be easier if I do it while running around. Was the aerial Reaver black? I honestly don't remember. Because like there were the three Reavers you could get. Fire, Aerial, and Kain. And the Aerial and Kain Reavers were both cut from the game. The methods of obtaining them, but you could still access them with cheats. Okay, so that didn't lead me to anything progress-wise, or escape-wise. I don't remember how I got into this room originally. Was it through the spectral realm before I could swim? It would mean I got in down here. We're going at this the wrong direction. I can feel it. No. Let's try this again. Now that we can swim, there should be a bunch of areas over here that were available to explore. The interact icon's there, but only when I'm doing the telekinesis. Well, it's not my problem anymore. Nothing here. Nothing here. So that's where the entrance was, so it begs the question, like, is there anything else? Not that. I'm honestly wondering if, like, my solution shouldn't just be to save and quit. Let me check real quick. Slim, can you snooze that ad, please? Thank you. This, I just save, quit, go to a warp gate. Yeah, go for it, Magic. It's not because everything looks the same. Oh, Clem refused to do it? Fine, fuck you, Clem. Thank you, Ninja. You say down one floor, you mean to where the fire Reaver was? Yeah, in this direction. Feed me, Seymour. Feed me. Oh, yeah. You know, I noted this earlier in my head. It was like, oh, sunlight is pouring through here, and then I thought nothing of it. Thank you, Magic. Yeah, Walker said that in Guado Salim. Specifically about Seymour's dick.
You are worthy.
And like I say, I noted it in my head earlier, like, oh, there's sunlight pouring through there. And at no point did I make the connection that it was the only place sunlight was coming from. It probably meant something. Once again, I prove I'm a fucking idiot. Where I am now. Oh, we saw this place earlier. I want to go this way. And there's the Raziel and teleport. Motherfucker. Ninja, would you mind snoozing that ad, please? Right. So where we need to go next is north. And that is going to be for next time. So I need to remember, north of the abyss. This map is less helpful than you'd think. And if we jump down there, we just go straight back to the beginning of the game.
As my agent, you are beyond death, Raziel. Your enemies cannot destroy you. If you grow too weak, however, you will always be drawn here to recover. Centuries past, your brother Dumas retreated with his clan into Nosgoth's northern wilderness. Empowered by the gift of Rahab's soul, seek out his mountain stronghold. But tread carefully. These frozen wastes have mysteries yet to disclose.
I didn't know that's what that did. I thought I just healed you. But yeah, that's gonna do it for us. Let's leave this on, so we can have a little bit of ambience. Yeah, Soul Reaver. I want to make a note here that Flame did not arrive at any point today. So shame him. I want everybody in the Discord shaming Flame. But yeah, terrorist. We should really stop calling him a terrorist. But yeah, that is pretty much it for us for today. Bad form. Bad form. We'll continue Soul Reaver probably tomorrow. And potentially finish it. Soul Reaver, like a lot of PS1 games, isn't that long. The Betrayer. Yeah, that's good. I like that one. You've always got to say, like, The Betrayer. The Betrayer. You can't just say Betrayer. The Betrayer. Yeah, potentially finish this. Good. I'm enjoying it. Good stuff.
Success!
So I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. Honestly, I've been thinking about that scene in Doom Eternal. Is this the Marauder? It's when the Marauder steps out of the portal. And he's all like, the Betrayer. Come on. Go fucking try me. And Doom guy just like throws Samuel Hayden into the portal and is like, yeah, let's fucking go. And I've been thinking about that as like, hopefully my reflexes for dealing with Marauders are still intact when we get to that. Because I remember that fight being a nightmare, but they become common enemies. And you've got to learn to deal with them, and I got good at dealing with them. Hopefully that reflex is still intact. Because he comes out of the portal talking his shit and goes down like a punk bitch. The best treatment. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Who do we have today? We had Panda, we had Ninja, Clem, Teak, Magic. Icy was here. Icy was here. Don't forget Icy. I said Panda. Yes, I believe that is everybody. Thank you so much for joining me and keeping me company. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Like I say, we should be back with this tomorrow if there are no unforeseen consequences. And hopefully we'll be able to wrap this up. Magic was never hit. I did say magic. I did say magic. And I do appreciate being here, Magic. It's always good to see you, buddy. And yeah, potentially finish this off tomorrow. You know, looking at the Elder God, do we not actually see the eye until the second game? Because, like, if that's the case, I did not realize that. It's like, if you've played the Legacy of Kain series, you know the eye I'm talking about. Is that not here? That's crazy. Because, like, those things are all over the place in Defiance. Someone's imagination. I like that Raziel doesn't just stab himself in the head when he's got the Reaver drawn to suck up some. It's really neat that he has separate animations for it. But yeah, that is pretty much it for us today. So, there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And yeah. We'll catch you next time, guys.
That's disgusting.
You